directly from his lips. Yet that privileged moment in salvation history is more present to us per vitus et praetres. These rites and prayers arise from the concrete experience of the disciples who followed the Lord, witnessed his actions, heard his words, and shared in his Passover. In this way, the Church learned to keep his memory alive, continuing to follow in his footsteps down to our own day. The liturgy preserves what the disciples and the first ecclesial community saw, heard, and received from the Lord. Every authentic enculturation must begin from this fundamental experience. It is not a matter of creating a new liturgy, but of allowing the mystery received from the apostles truly to find expression in the life of peoples. In light of these reflections, it becomes clear that enculturation is a profound transformation that occurs almost by osmosis, when the mystery celebrated encounters a culture hitherto unfamiliar with it. Authentic enculturation is therefore not a simple external addition of traditional cultural elements to the liturgy, nor does it consist in introducing new ceremonial elements or merely translating liturgical texts into a vernacular language. It is something much deeper. It is the encounter between God, sacramentally present, and the history, culture, and very soul of the people. O admirabile commercium! The mysterious exchange, inaugurated in the Incarnation, continues to bear fruit in the life of the Church. Just as the eternal Word of the Father assumed a human body, and therefore a concrete culture, without losing his divine identity, so too the liturgy enters into the cultures of peoples, without losing its ecclesial and sacramental identity. Certain considerations, however, have to be kept in mind. As Pope Leo XIV has recalled, it is necessary to clarify that enculturation does not equate to a sacralization of cultures or their adoption as a decisive interpretive framework for the gospel message, nor can it be reduced to a relativistic accommodation or a superficial adaptation of the Christian message, since no culture, however valuable it may be, can simply be identified with revelation or become the ultimate criterion of faith. To legitimize everything that is culturally given, or to justify practices, worldviews, or structures that contradict the gospel and the dignity of the person, would be to ignore that very culture. Like every human reality, must be enlightened and transformed by the grace that flows from the paschal mystery of Christ. Enculturation is rather a demanding and purifying process through which the gospel, while remaining intact in its truth, recognizes, discerns, and assumes the seven verbi present in cultures, and at the same time purifies and elevates their authentic values, freeing them from that which obscures or disfigures them. These seeds of the word, as traces of the Spirit's prior action, find in Jesus Christ their criterion of authenticity and their fulfillment. In light of theological reflection, and the experience acquired by the universal church in the field of evangelization, it is possible to identify certain essential criteria that must guide the process of liturgical enculturation. Veritatis Legitime, number 35, states that first of all, the goal of enculturation must be clearly understood, and I quote, which is that laid down by the Second Vatican Council as the basis of the general restoration of the liturgy. Both texts and rites should be so drawn up that they express more clearly the holy things they signify, and so that the Christian people, as far as possible, may be able to understand them with ease and to take part in the rites fully, actively, and as befits a community. End of quote. Rites also need to be adapted to the capacity of the faithful, and that there should not be a need for numerous explanations for them to be understood. However, the nature of the liturgy always has to be borne in mind, as does the biblical and traditional character of its structure and the particular way in which it is expressed. The goal of enculturation, therefore, is neither originality nor the desire to make the liturgy simply more attractive. Its purpose is that the mysteries celebrated may be expressed more clearly, and that the Christian people may participate fully, actively, and communally in the sacred mysteries. The mystery of Christ must remain the centre and criterion of every adaptation. The cultural forms adopted in celebration must neither replace nor obscure the mystery. Rather, they should enable an encounter with God without altering his definitive revelation, which has reached its fulfillment in the person of Jesus Christ. For this reason, Veritatis Legitime states the process of enculturation should maintain the substantial unity of the Roman Rite. This unity is currently expressed in the typical editions of liturgical books, published by authority of the Supreme Pontiffs, and in the liturgical books approved by the Episcopal conferences for their areas and confirmed by the Apostolic See. The work of enculturation does not foresee the creation of new families of rites. Enculturation responds to the needs of a particular culture and leads to adaptations which still remain part of the Roman Rite. This is especially important to recall today, when there is sometimes a risk of confusing enculturation with arbitrary experimentation or with an imaginative, sometimes wild creativity without rules. The liturgy does not belong to an individual celebrant, to a particular group, or to an isolated cultural sensibility. Liturgical actions are not private actions, but celebrations of the Church itself, which is the sacrament of unity. That is, the holy people gathered and ordered under the bishops in the unity with the Pope. Liturgical actions, therefore, belong to the whole body of the Church and manifest and affect it. Enculturation is not an isolated individual or local initiative, but an act of love that the Church undertakes for the sake of the gospel and of cultures, in obedience to the command, "Go therefore and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, Enculturation is realized in communion with the Church, in dialogue with pastors, with the whole ecclesial tradition, with believers, and also with experts in the culture. Adaptations of the Roman Rite, even in the field of enculturation, depend in their entirety on the authority of the Church. This authority belongs to the Apostolic See, which exercises this through the Congregation for Divine Worship and Discipline of the Sacraments. It also belongs, with the limits fixed by law, to Episcopal conferences and to the diocesan bishop. No other person, not even if he is a priest, may on his own initiative add, remove or change anything in the liturgy. Enculturation is not left to the personal initiative of celebrants or to the collective initiative of an assembly. During his recent apostolic journey to Africa, Pope Leo XIV also reminded the faithful, we must always be vigilant regarding those forms of traditional religiosity that certainly belong to the roots of your culture, but at the same time risk confusing and mixing magical and superstitious elements that do not aid your spiritual journey. Remain faithful to what the Church teaches. Trust your pastors and keep your gaze fixed on Jesus, who reveals himself in the Word and in the Eucharist. True enculturation is born within the Church through an act of multi-dimensional discernment. Above all, enculturation requires serious and profound theological reflection. In an analysis of a liturgical action with a view to its enculturation, it is necessary to consider the traditional value of the elements of the action, and in particular, their biblical or patristic origin, because it is not sufficient to distinguish between what can be changed and what is unchangeable. Liturgical gestures possess a profound theological significance that cannot be ignored. Before integrating a new element, it is necessary to understand fully the value of the ritual elements already present in the Roman Rite, bearing in mind that not every cultural element is compatible with the Christian faith, with the nature of the mystery celebrated, or with pre-existing ritual structures. It must also be remembered that liturgical adaptation is not merely the fruit of intellectual study. It is an exercise in spiritual and ecclesial discernment that necessarily requires ongoing formation, both for those entrusted with implementing enculturation and for those called to assimilate these new elements into the worship offered to God. Pope Francis, citing Romano Guardini, stated clearly that without liturgical formation, then ritual and textual reforms won't help very much. Enculturation lacking adequate theological reflection and liturgical formation risks being reduced to a series of performative modifications that merely conform to contemporary social trends, whereas it should become a salvific force capable of inspiring and transforming society. The local churches in Africa today represent one of the most fruitful contexts for the development of the liturgical culturation. The symbolic richness of African cultures the centrality of the body, the value of community, and the sense of the sacred and of celebration constitute a privileged terrain for a living and participatory liturgy. In many African communities, the liturgical celebration is not perceived as a merely formal act, but as a total event involving the whole person, body, emotions, relationships, memories and hopes. Song, dance, rhythm, silence and ritual gestures are natural languages through which the Christian mystery finds authentic expression. This sensitivity is an extraordinary gift for the whole Church, reminding us that bodily participation is not a marginal element. The human person worships God with his entire being. Experiences in various African countries demonstrate that inculturation, when properly guided, not only makes the liturgy more accessible, but also contributes to a deeper evangelization. It enables the faithful to recognize that the gospel is not foreign to their identity, but its fulfillment. Processes of enculturation require time, study, prayer, experimentation, and evaluation. They cannot be improvised or imposed. Communities of prayer must be accompanied with prudence and pastoral wisdom in their spiritual growth, in their ecclesial development, and increasing awareness of the importance of the mystery being celebrated. St. Augustine, in his Christmas sermon on the admirable exchange, the admirabile commercio, also invokes the mystery of the Transfiguration. He says, in order to present human beings both with one who could be seen by human beings and with one whom human beings might properly follow, God became a human being. And then, while he was already living among men and standing together with the 3 apostles whom he had led apart in a secret place, he suddenly shone out before them, resplendent in the divine style of glory, which the apostles who were present could scarcely gaze upon for the weakness of their human senses. Authentic enculturation follows this same dynamic. It enters humbly into the life of the people, and over time allows the glory of Christ to shine forth ever more clearly. Your work and reflection during these coming days are of great importance, and I encourage you to continue studying the instruction Varietatis Legitimae with patience and in depth, for it remains a fundamental text for understanding the authentic meaning of liturgical enculturation. I also invite you to study the great historical precedents of enculturation in the life of the Church, the passage of Christianity into the Greek world and later into the Latin world, its encounter with the cultures of the Americas, and the missionary work of Matteo Ricci and Roberto Di Nobili. They sought to understand deeply the cultures they encountered without betraying the gospel or impoverishing the faith of the Church. Their example and work can illuminate your own path to enculturation. And I pray that your work may increasingly help the churches of Africa to celebrate the mystery of Christ in fidelity to the Church's tradition and in the authentic richness of the cultures of your peoples. May the liturgy truly become a place where the Word continues to dwell among men, and where peoples may still become his glory, Grateful for this initiative, we entrust all of you, participants in the Second Congress of African Liturgists in Kurasini, Tanzania, to the Blessed Virgin Mary, Queen of Kongamano. And I give you this message on this solemnity of the Princes of the Apostles, St. Peter and St. Paul, the 29th of June in this year, 2026. God bless you.
So thank you very much, Most Reverend Abbot, for this message from the divine worship and the sacraments and the visiting of the sacrament. Now I'd like to welcome His Excellency Simon Masondole to welcome His Eminence Frederick Cardinal Ambongo to give his speech. Your Eminence Frederick Cardinal Ambongo, it's our happiness to have you here. The African Congress for the Liturgies has been taken place in Dakar, Senegal, 3 years ago. And today, for the second time this year, in Dar es Salaam at Kurasini in Tanzania. We are gathered here as liturgists and Son of the African Church from everywhere. You are our Father among the fathers who guide us, cardinals, bishops, and the lay community who have among them a lot of people who want to listen to the voice of God. We are happy to have you here, and at the same moment we want to hear your Father read to us. We give you this moment without rushing. Talk to us, illuminate us, encourage us, advise us, and even guide us. In what should we proceed? How should we go as your sons and daughters in order to be tools and even eyes and even mouth to what the Lord wants to tell his people in the African church. Welcome, we are attentive and we are ready to listen to you. Karibu sana. Tumulete kwa makofi ya kutosha. Ataongea kwa lugha ya Kifaransa, alafu tutaona tafsiri kwenye kioo na kwenye mabuku yetu mliwasa tunaweza kuongelea.
Morning to everybody. Chers frères et sœurs en Christ, chers liturgistes, distingués participants, je vous adresse mes chaleureuses salutations à l'occasion de ce deuxième congrès des liturgistes africains, réunis sous le thème l'inculturation liturgique en Afrique, pratique et perspectives. Je remercie les organisateurs pour leur aimable invitation et félicite tous ceux dont le dévouement et le travail acharné ont rendu possible cette importante rencontre continentale. Ce congrès s'inscrit dans la continuité d'un cheminement entamé avec le premier congrès des liturgistes africains qui s'est tenu à Dakar en 2023. À cette occasion, vous aviez réfléchi à l'état de la question liturgique en Afrique, identifié ses réussites et ses défis, et renouveler votre engagement à promouvoir une inculturation liturgique authentique. Aujourd'hui, vous êtes réunis non seulement pour poursuivre ce dialogue, mais aussi pour l'approfondir, discerner ensemble la voie à suivre et renouveler votre mission commune au service de l'Église en Afrique. Alors que nous entamons nos délibérations, nous rendons grâce à Dieu Tout-Puissant pour les progrès remarquables déjà accomplis. Depuis le Concile Vatican II, et plus particulièrement après la promulgation des Sacrosanctum Concilium, l'Église en Afrique a courageusement poursuivi le chemin de l'inculturation liturgique. Nous nous souvenons avec gratitude de la vision pionnière et du travail inlassable d'éminents pasteurs et théologiens, parmi lesquels le cardinal Joseph Albert Malula de la République démocratique du Congo, l'archevêque de Denis Hurley d'Afrique du Sud, le cardinal Bernardin Dantin du Bénin, l'archevêque et plus tard le cardinal Laurent Mosengo Passignan de la RD Congo, le père Charles Nyamiti de la Tanzanie, le père Engelbert Van du Cameroun, le père Benezet Boujo du Congo, etc., ainsi que de nombreux autres évêques, théologiens, liturgistes, traducteurs, musiciens, artistes et agents pastoraux qui se sont consacrés à aider l'Église à célébrer les saints mystères d'une manière qui touche les cœurs de peuples africains, tout en restant pleinement fidèles à la tradition universelle de l'Église. L'un des fruits le plus significatif de ces cheminements a été le développement du rite zaïrois, qui démontre qu'une inculturation authentique est non seulement possible, mais qu'elle enrichit aussi la vie de l'Église universelle. Sur tous les continents, d'innombrables initiatives ont cherché à exprimer l'Évangile à travers les langues, la musique, les symboles, les gestes et les traditions artistiques africaines, permettant ainsi à nos fidèles de participer plus profondément à la célébration du mystère du Christ. Cependant, si nous nous réjouissons de ces réalisations, la gratitude ne doit pas nous empêcher de parler avec franchise de la situation actuelle. Le dynamisme remarquable qui a caractérisé le mouvement d'inculturation liturgique dans les années 1970-1980 s'est progressivement essoufflé. Dans de nombreux endroits, l'enthousiasme pour la recherche approfondie, la réflexion théologique et le discernement pastoral s'est affaibli. Ce qui fut jadis un mouvement ecclésial dynamique risque de n'être plus qu'un souvenir. Parallèlement, de nombreux défis ont émergé. Dans certaines communautés, le défi d'adaptation a conduit à des improvisations ou à des pratiques qui obscurcissent plutôt qu'elles n'éclairent le mystère sacré. Dans d'autres, la crainte de l'adaptation a engendré des célébrations liturgiques qui semblent déconnectées de l'expérience culturelle de notre peuple. Aucune de ces deux tendances n'est fait le véritable dessein de l'inculturation. Notre défi n'est donc ni de préserver la liturgie comme un élément culturellement ébranché, ni de la réduire à une simple performance culturelle. La liturgie est avant tout l'action du Christ et de son Église. La célébration du mystère pascal par lequel le Seigneur continue de sanctifier son peuple. Une inculturation authentique ne modifie jamais l'essence de la liturgie. Elle permet plutôt aux fidèles de comprendre, de vivre et de célébrer plus profondément le mystère du Christ à travers les richesses authentiques de leur propre culture. Le Concile Vatican II nous rappelle que l'Église respecte et valorise les traditions authentiques des peuples et autorise les adaptations légitimes dès lors qu'elles favorisent la participation pleine, consciente et active des fidèles. Dans le même temps, le Concile insiste sur le fait que ces adaptations doivent toujours préserver l'unité substantielle du rite romain et demeurer sous le discernement et l'autorité de l'Église. Cette vision équilibrée continue de guider notre action aujourd'hui. Chers frères et sœurs, le thème de ce congrès ne saurait être plus opportun. L'œuvre d'inculturation liturgique est loin d'être achevée. Elle appelle à une réflexion théologique renouvelée, à un discernement pastoral plus approfondi et à une collaboration plus étroite entre les évêques, les liturgistes, les théologiens, les anthropologues, le musicien, les artistes, les architectes et tous ceux qui sont engagés dans le ministère liturgique de l'Église. Notre responsabilité dépasse largement le cadre de la recherche académique. Nous sommes appelés à aider nos fidèles à rencontrer le Christ vivant dans des célébrations à la fois authentiques, authentiquement catholiques et profondément africaines. Nombreux sont ceux qui parmi nous recherchent un culte qui parle à la fois à leur esprit et à leur cœur. Si nos célébrations liturgiques ne parviennent pas à nourrir leur vie spirituelle ou à faire écho à leur expérience culturelle, certains chercheront inévitablement ailleurs les sentiments d'appartenance et l'épanouissement spirituel auquel ils aspirent. C'est pourquoi j'encourage ces congrès à renouveler plusieurs engagements fondamentaux. Réaffirmons notre engagement envers une inculturation liturgique authentique, fermement enracinée dans l'Écriture sainte, la tradition de l'Église et le magistère, tout en reconnaissant la richesse légitime des cultures africaines. Deuxièmement, renforçons la formation liturgique à tous les niveaux. L'inculturation ne peut s'épanouir sans évêques, prêtres, séminaristes, religieux, religieuses, catéchistes, musiciens et fidèles laïcs bien formés à la fois à la théologie liturgique et au patrimoine culturel de nos peuples. Troisièmement, encourageons la recherche approfondie et la collaboration interdisciplinaire. Les questions relatives à l'inculturation liturgique requièrent la contribution non seulement des liturgistes, mais aussi des théologiens, des historiens, des anthropologues, des linguistes, des artistes, des architectes, des musiciens et des spécialistes des cultures africaines, tous œuvrant ensemble au service de l'Église. Quatrièmement, abordons les dérives liturgiques avec sagesse pastorale et fidélité ecclésiale. Une inculturation authentique ne saurait justifier le syncrétisme, l'improvisation ou la pratique qui amoindrissent le caractère sacré de la liturgie. La musique, la danse, les gestes, le silence, l'architecture et l'expression artistique ont tous une place importante dans le culte. Mais ils doivent toujours conduire les fidèles plus profondément au mystère du Christ. Enfin, rappelons-nous que l'inculturation n'est pas la tâche des seuls spécialistes. Elle incombe à tout le peuple de Dieu. Notre mission est d'aider chaque catholique africain à découvrir que la liturgie de l'Église devient véritablement la sienne, non pas parce qu'elle reflète simplement les coutumes locales, mais parce qu'elle transforme chaque culture par le mystère salvifique du Christ. Ces congrès s'inscrivent également dans un cheminement ecclésial plus vaste. Dans le cadre de la vision 2025-2050 du CHEAM, l'inculturation de la liturgie a été identifiée comme une priorité stratégique pour l'Église en Afrique et une contribution essentielle à notre cheminement synodal vers l'Assemblée ecclésiale de 2028. Une Église véritablement synodale est aussi une Église dont le culte exprime la communion, la participation et la mission à travers les richesses culturelles de ces peuples. Ainsi, je souhaite que ces congrès portent de fruits durables, qu'ils renforcent la collaboration entre les liturgistes africains, consolident nos réseaux continentaux, encouragent la richesse et la formation continue et offrent des orientations pastorales pratiques qui enrichiront nos diocèses, nos séminaires et nos paroisses pour de nombreuses années à venir. C'est dire, nous comptons énormément sur vous, sur votre rencontre ici à Dar es Salaam. Confiant vos délibérations à l'intercession maternelle de la Vierge Marie, Reine d'Afrique, et invoquant la conduite du Saint-Esprit, je prie pour que le Seigneur bénisse abondamment votre travail et qu'il porte de fruits durables pour l'Église en Afrique. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Your Eminence, for that profound speech in our Congress. I hope you have got it. Just in short, for those who are following us in Swahili, hotuba imetolewa na Kardinali Fridolin Ambongo kwenye kongamano letu la pili la wanaliturujia wa Afrika hapa Dar es Salaam kuhusu utamadunisho wa liturujia. Lengo kuu ni kutathmini hatua zilizofikiwa kama zile za riti ya Kizaire na kufufua msisimko wa utamadunisho uliopungua tangu miaka 1970 hadi 1980. Changamoto ni kupambana na pande mbili: uholela unaoharibu utakatifu wa liturujia na uhafidhina unaofanya liturujia ionekane ngeni kwa Waafrika. Vipaumbele muhimu kwanza ni kurejea kwenye utamadunisho wa kweli unaoheshimu mapokeo ya kanisa. Pili, kutoa mafunzo ya liturujia na utamaduni kwa viongozi wa kanisa na walei. Kukuza utafiti na ushirikiano wa wanaliturujia na wataalamu wa fani mbalimbali. Kuzuia matumizi mabaya ya mchanganyiko wa dini usiofaa, yani syncretism. Mwelekeo wa baadaye. Kazi hii ni sehemu ya dira ya SECAM ya mwaka 2025 hadi 2050 ili kuandaa kanisa la Afrika kuelekea mkutano wa halmashauri ya makanisa wa mwaka 2028. I would like to welcome Most Reverend Abbot to give a word of thanks to His Eminence. You're most welcome.
Your Eminence, Fridolin Cardinal Ambongo, President of the Symposium of Episcopal Conferences of Africa and Madagascar, Sheyam. On behalf of all the participants to this Congress, I would like to express our deepest gratitude for your significant and symbolic presence among us in this second Congress of the African Liturgies. Despite your very busy agenda, you wanted to participate to this opening ceremony before attending to the Continental Seminar of Synodality in Addis Ababa, followed by the First Continental Conference on Catholic Education in Africa. We extend our heartfelt wishes for you to have a fruitful time of reflection and sharing in Addis Ababa. Your Eminence, your words have not only set the tone of our deliberations, but have also reminded us of the profound spiritual and cultural richness that defines the liturgical life of our continent. Your leadership, both as a shepherd of the Church and as a visionary for African liturgy, continues to inspire us all. In your address, you have enlightened the importance of enculturation, the vibrancy of African traditions, and the need for a liturgy that truly reflects the faith and identity of our people. These are not just themes for discussion, they are calls to action, and we are grateful for your guidance as we seek to respond to this call with wisdom and creativity. I want to assure you that your message will resonate throughout our work in the coming days. We are honored by your presence and by the trust you place in us as we strive to deepen our understanding and practice of liturgy in Africa. In that regard, I invite you, Eminence, to consider our Association of African Liturgies as a precious collaborator of SECAM for liturgical issues in Africa. We are at your side to work with you and for you in all the reflection on the liturgy in Africa. Please do not hesitate to use our association and his members for this purpose. Once again, Your Eminence, thank you for your inspiring words, your pastoral care, and your unwavering commitment to the Church in Africa. May God bless you abundantly, and may the Holy Spirit continue to guide your ministry. Thank you very much.
Again, applause, please. So after a wonderful speech of His Eminence and a word of thanks from our leader, Abbot Sarah, Abbot Sarah is just a small one, but is a professor of Bishop Masondore. Also, is also my professor at St. Anselmo. and a professor of one of the liturgies here. So now, let's go out for a photo. Then after that, we shall come back and proceed with other proceedings. Make sure that you have your insignia so that we have a nice photo.
Mic test, moja mbili.
I hope you are all here. We want to begin now the presentation of our papers. The first paper is presented by Father Dr. Josephat Wasukundi Mbindule. The topic is about practices of liturgical inculturation in Africa, in the past, in the present, and in the future. About Josephat Wasukundi Mbindule, a Reverend Father Doctor, was born in 1975, is a Congolese priest from Butembo, Beni Diocese, ordained a priest in January 13, 2005. He has been ministered as the parish priest, as a parish priest, as assistant parish priest, as a formator and teacher, as rector in diocesan minor seminary. He furthered his studies in Quea, where he did his master's degree and his doctorate in St. Anselm, Rome. He published several books, and he speaks French, he speaks English, he speaks also Italian, he speaks also Swahili, and other local languages in Congo. So he's really expert of languages, and he's really expert in his field. So I'd like now to welcome Reverend Dr. Josephat Wasukundi to come to lead us in this section. May Your Eminence, the bishops and the abbot, be down so that you can see well the proceedings. Father Joseph, the stage is yours. You are most welcome.
Your Eminence, Your Excellencies, dear brothers and sisters, all the participants, good morning. I would like, at the beginning of my presentation, just to ask for your, how can I say, your understanding, because my English is not that good. I can read better than I can speak. So you will be trying to make an effort to understand what I will be presenting. And the topic we are presenting has been reformulated. Instead of the way it was spelled here by Father Clement, it is liturgical inculturation in Africa, orthopraxis, doctrine, and perspectives, so that we can now cover the past point, the present situation, and then the future. Liturgical inculturation in Africa, orthopraxis, doctrine, and perspectives. I would like you to have first these pictures there that we'll be speaking of, because the commentary we will make after flows from the situations we have there in front of us. We have the Basilica of Holy Martyrs in Uganda. We have the visit of Pope Leo in Cameroon with that particular chasuble in Africa. We have also that kind of dance that we don't know whether we can already call it a liturgical dance or just a dance in the liturgy. So, a little over 3 years ago, Archbishop Relwenke Kizito Ouedraogo, the current apostolic nuncio to the Republic of Congo and Gabon, carried out a thorough investigation among national and territorial Episcopal conferences, monasteries, universities, and major seminaries in Africa and Madagascar, using the email addresses provided by the General Secretariat in Africa and Madagascar, using the email addresses provided by the SECAM, we can say. According to his report during our first Congress in Dakar in 2023, December, the investigation focused on the status questionis of the liturgical inculturation in the dioceses belonging to each Episcopal conference. Only one recipient acknowledged receipt of the questionnaire, though 8 out of 40 followed up. Out of the 20 or so survived monasteries, 4 only replied to the email of the now Archbishop Kizito, Nuncio in the Republic of Congo and Gabon. And out of the 10 or so emailed Catholic universities and ecclesiastical institutes, only 2 replied. We can there appreciate the difficulty we meet when you have to make like a survey or to get information from our local churches. Grounded on the effort of that previous work, our paper focuses on the effort of liturgical inculturation and magisterial inculturation provisions for Africa. We aim to answer this question in this presentation. Are the liturgical inculturation practices in African local churches engaged to implement the liturgical reform of the Second Vatican Council grounded in a liturgical doctrine or not? Or we can say, are the practices of liturgical inculturation engaged today in African local churches rooted in the doctrine of the liturgical reform of the Second Vatican Council to serve as the standard for implementing the liturgical inculturation of tomorrow? Pointing out a nominal and a methodical limitation for the adjective Africa, here we mainly apply the word Africa to the sub-Saharan area. So we are not taking the whole Africa, because in some parts the word Africa will not work well. Our paper site sees the doctrinal evolution of the liturgical inculturation in African churches. We rely on an interpretative approach applied on rituals, orthopraxis, and also autopraxis, churches' teachings, and further principles for an authentic liturgical inculturation that doesn't ignore integrative synodality and the questioning of the AI-generated worship method of today. The plan of our presentation is there. We have now done a short introduction. We are taking the second point with the title, Theoretical Evolution of the Term Inculturation. Then we'll speak of the orthopractical areas and implementation of liturgical inculturation. Then we'll take the fourth point, talking about church teaching on liturgical inculturation. The fifth point will be about African framework for a genuine liturgical inculturation. That we will conclude looking for a way forward for a genuine African liturgical inculturation. Now, let us start with this theoretical evolution of the term inculturation. The liturgical practices and popular piety provide essential frameworks for understanding the liturgical inculturation, which represents a dynamic process of integrating meaningfully and harmoniously the Christian faith in a given culture. This fact enables local communities to express the orthodoxy of the faith through cultural practices that resonate with the belief of the universal church. The process draws guidance from foundational documents of the Vatican Council, the Vatican Second Liturgical Reform, starting by the Constitution Sacrosanctum Concilium, followed up by other significant documents such as the fourth instruction, Varietate Legitime, that speaks on the right application of Sacrosanctum Concilium concerning difficult questions in liturgical inculturation. We follow also the Directory on Popular Piety and the Liturgy, published or issued in December 2001, whose twofold purpose addresses the relationship between traditional popular devotions and the liturgical worship. The instruction Varietate Legitime begins stating that legitimate differences in the Roman rite were allowed in the past and were foreseen by the Second Vatican Council in the Constitution on the Sacred Liturgy, especially in the missions. And here we can say that we are really in concern. Varietates Legitime number 4, synthesizes earlier church documents into a single definition of inculturation, drawing from Sacrosanctum Concilium 3740 on liturgical adaptation, but also by Gaudium et Spes number 58, Pope John Paul's Slavorum Apostoli number 21, and Redemptoris Missio number 52. And the Synod of Bishops' recommendation to shift from adaptation to inculturation, because the word inculturation has not been used first of those documents. They were mostly talking, or we were mostly talking of adaptation. But now the word that is used and we have agreed on is that of inculturation with an I, not with an E. As a complex and dynamic process, liturgical inculturation interacts with and assimilates elements of local culture while remaining faithful to the essence of the liturgy of the church. To develop a comprehensive understanding of the liturgical inculturation, it is necessary first to explore fundamental concepts such as culture. What is culture? What is acculturation? What is inculturation with the E? And what is inculturation with the I? And what is interculturality? Because it's also one of the words that we may find in some document, even magisterial documents. And also on contextualization. The liturgy as the meeting point between human prayer and divine presence plays a central role in shaping Christian culture, integrating the threefold law. The faith, lex credendi. The worship, lex orandi. But also the community life, lex vivendi. This integration does not negate other cultures, but rather enables the Christian life to find authentic expression within diverse culture context, as emphasized in Sacrosanctum Concilium number 10, which describes the liturgy as the summit toward which the activity of the church is directed. At the same time, it is the fount from which all the power flows. The word culture as described in Gaudium et Spes number 53 and also 62 says, particularly in number 53, the word culture in the general sense refers to all those things which go to the refining and developing of man's diverse mental and physical endowment. That is culture. He strives to subdue the earth by his knowledge and his labor. He humanizes social life, both in the family and in the whole civic community, through the improvement of customs and institutions. He expresses through his work the great spiritual experiences and inspirations of men throughout the ages. He communicates and preserves them to be an inspiration for the progress of many, even of all mankind. About culture, Gaudium et Spes has two main perspectives, placing men at the center, revealing both a humanistic and a Christian perspective. That is what the church referred to when speaking about culture. On the one hand, culture is a product of human activities, of human creativity. And on the other hand, it serves as a bridge between the Christian message and the human societies. Culture extends beyond mere knowledge of ideas and notions. It encompasses the lived realities of human existence and experience. Culture is anthropogenic, shaped by the history and evolution of humanity. So it's not a fixed product. It can also move and it can grow, following customs, languages, social structures. Culture is not a fixed product. Furthermore, culture is structured, governed by internal norms, traditions, and patterns. However, Gaudium et Spes number 58 affirms that the church does not identify itself with any single culture. Yet it also implies that all cultures are called to find their fulfillment while remaining faithful to the church tradition. One part, the church tradition, and the other part, the growing of culture. This teaching continued in the magisterium of Paul VI and subsequently other papal documents. In the Apostolic Exhortation, Evangelii Gaudium, number 115, Pope Francis emphasized that God's people is incarnated into the various peoples of the earth as possessing its own culture. So, Christian, let me say, the church or Christian faithful now generate a Christian culture. Pope Francis recently refers back to the Gaudium et Spes number 25, 36, and 53, and further emphasized that grace does not erase culture but builds upon it. The Christian message must take flesh within each culture's specific values, customs, and social forms. The liturgy expresses the richness of cultures while remaining structured by occasional norms. This is very important to understand here because depending on, we can say, the quality of a given culture, the local church will have rich elements or less because the liturgy expresses the richness of that local church. And the other part, it is also structured by ecclesial norms because liturgy is not something that we can do without norms. Now let us come to those words we first reminded. Inculturation with the E. Moreover, inculturation forms the basis of long life cultural transmission within a society. It is the process by which individuals internalize norms, values, practices, and symbols of their native culture. You can see that now I'm wearing this kikoi, the kikoi, now directed to the left side, but somebody else told me that it was the right side. So if values are not internalized, we can move up and down. So inculturation is that process of internalizing norms, values, practices, and symbols of native culture. Now, transculturation refers to the bidirectional process of cultural exchange between different cultures. Without ignoring values of one culture, you can also enrich yourself with other values coming from another culture. And then there you will talk about transculturation, as we can say, live here and there according to the local culture, instead of bringing only your culture. Adaptation that talked about Sacrosanctum Concilium at that time, that translates the term aptation and also the term accommodatio as part of a broader program of updating traditions to modern times. That was the understanding of those two words, aptation, aptatio, and accommodatio. To translate that process of that broader program of updating traditions to modern times. You can see we Africans, as we were wearing before and as we are wearing now today. We updated our cultures, and everyone is doing it all over the world. Though the Council originally used aptation consistently, drafters strategically replaced it with the softer term accommodatio in sections on sacraments to avoid appearing too radical or revolutionary in reshaping Catholic ritual. Adaptations are primarily disciplinary and ritualistic, rather than theological in nature. So when we use the term adaptation instead of liturgical today, we should have that in mind, that adaptation is disciplinary and ritualistic. We adapt rather than to start studying and understanding now the meaning of what we are adapting. Adaptation is normally managed by Episcopal conferences, and accommodatio is the responsibility of individual ministers. It happens in single celebration, and there it is also only for a celebration maybe, or maybe in a parish, that cannot be taken as a model for others. As for the ecumenical word contextualization, promoted by the World Council of Churches in the After Council in 1972, contextualization refers to limits of the Christian faith in specific social, political, and cultural contexts. This is another term. When we speak about contextualization, we are talking of a specific social, political, and cultural context, place, we can say, in which we want to, like now, adapt some liturgical elements. The term acculturation now, acculturation, involves a mutual process of cultural interactions where elements are understood and sometimes assimilated without losing the identity of, here I have to adjust with transculturation, with the acculturation. Acculturation, you live in a place now where you are not a native, but with elements, cultural elements of that place, but also yours. But the transculturation is that process where we are just speaking, we can say conceptually, of that possibility of moving cultural elements. Terminological accuracy of inculturation. We have spoken of inculturation. But let us say something about interculturality. That means that cultures should not replace each another, rather positively engage to each other. That is interculturality. No, transculturality, now here interculturality. In any case, being the most recurrent magisterium term systematically fixed with the instruction Varietate Legitime in 1994, long after the term adaptation, used before to mean merely external and temporary changes in order to preserve the essential liturgical elements and ensure communion with the universal church. Inculturation better expresses the intimate transformation of authentic cultural values, guided by 3 key principles. Principles of inculturation are these ones. First, as we heard earlier from the prefect of the dicastery, its goal. Why for? It is to make the liturgy clearer and more accessible to the faithful. Second, the unity, the characteristic unity that it has to serve for cultures, local cultures, but remaining a part of the universal Roman rite. Finally, the authority of the church, which is engaged. Specifically, the Vatican or national bishops' conferences, and no priest or community is permitted to add, to remove, or change anything on their own initiative. Inculturation does not aim to salvage a traditional culture. The purpose is not that one, but rather to render the gospel announced present in the galloping process of change that affects all cultures. So we may start getting where we have to come from and where to reach to when we are talking about inculturation. Recent studies of Vincent I don't know whether I will pronounce well his name, Pabi, at the Catholic University of Portugal in Lisbon, and Lizel Joy Souza, that Father Abbott knows very well, at the Pontifical Institute, Saint Anselm in Rome. His study of 2026, this year, reviewed the state of the debate on liturgical inculturation in the Catholic Church as follows. Historically, the term inculturation dates back to the French theologian Joseph Masson, who in 1962 was advocating for a pluralistic Catholicism rooted in local cultures. In missionary contexts, the term inculturation spread quickly from 1973 to describe the process of adaptation of the Christianity in various cultures while maintaining its essential integrity. Inculturation becomes a principle that animates, that directs, that unifies culture. Bunley highlighted the importance of preserving supracultural Christian. Now we have that supraculturality. To preserve the supracultural Christian elements while translating them meaningfully into local expressions. The term culture has evolved significantly over time from the Latin word cultura that originally referred to agricultura, to agricultural cultivation. Culture from a Christian perspective can be understood as humanity's participation in God's ongoing creative activity. The modern concept emerged in 18th century Germany, where Kultur initially referred to the highest intellectual sphere encompassing art, science, and humanism. When someone is really, we can say, a great scholar, we usually say that he's cultivated, we can say. He has a big culture. So over the centuries, its meaning expanded to include an anthropological dimension referring to the totality of human expressions and experiences. So the one having a broader experience and also knowledge of many human expressions, we say mostly that has a big culture. The incarnation of the word that we read in the Gospel according to John the first chapter, the 14th verse, provides the ultimate theological model for inculturation. It engages in dialogue with the human sciences while maintaining its unique theological depths. In 1975, the 32nd General Congregation of the Society of Jesus, of Jesuits, we can say, held in Rome, officially adopted. So Jesuits seems to be the one that which adopted the term, the inculturatio, which replaced the anthropological and technical term enculturation, now with the E. So making a shift to enculturation viewed no more as mere socialization, but a missionary and pastoral imperative. From there, we started moving to the way we understand today enculturation, that it is an imperative, a mandate that takes us to a missionary and pastoral task. Pope John Paul II officially introduced the term in the magisterial vocabulary when, in number 53 of the exhortation Catechesi Tradendae, in 1979, he emphasized that authentic catechesis takes flesh and incarnates in various cultures and environments, allowing local communities to create original expressions of Christian life from their own cultures. The Pope stressed that this process requires deep knowledge, appreciation of the values and forms of expressions of local tradition, enabling them to meaningfully communicate the universal gospel heritage. So when we succeed in translating in our local churches the gospel heritage, the gospel message, then there we are in the right way of enculturation. When enculturation leads us to other things, there we have lost the way. In 1979, Valenciano applied the term to liturgy now, moving from the pastoral and catechesis now to the liturgy, emphasizing its role in mediating between liturgical tradition and popular religiosity. Like those images to invoke Mary, to name God, to name even saints, even pastors. Most of the time they say today, mutumishi. Mutumishi is like a common manner here to call pastors. Christianity does not exist independently of culture, but takes a cultural setting and engages in reciprocal interaction with its surrounding cultures. This means that faith and culture mutually interact and influence each other, creating a transforming their external form and language. In their encyclical letter, Slavorum Apostoli, in 1985, John Paul II speaks of enculturation, saying that the incarnation of the gospel in indigenous cultures and the integration of those cultures into the life of the church. That is the formula that we usually understand talking about enculturation. The Pope speaks of the intimate transformation of authentic cultural values. Authentic cultural values. All cultural elements are not to be taken, but only when they are really values. Through their integration into Christianity and the deep insertion of Christianity into various human cultures. I don't know how many time left, but let us move. Let us take the next point will not read the whole of it. Maybe questions will help us come back to what we will have left behind. Let me move to this point of the document, because it is important. As we have said about inculturation, we have to understand first, because the inculturation has the norms, rules. So let us just remind you the fifth documents that we are there at page 9, I think, that I've just looked at. The first one is inter-ecumenity, because from Sacrosanctum Concilium number 36, the process of inculturation was already mentioned. So how to move in now? So 4 documents. First, Inter-Ecumenity 1964 spoke about active participation, the use of the vernacular, because also there we have some element for inculturation. Then, comme le prévoit in 1964, then 5 years after, for the core method for translation, because we have been dealing with this method, like now when we say Bwana winani awe pia na roho yako, instead of awe pia now as it was done before, like in this area. So the dynamic equivalence in translating, it is important to have it also. But liturgical and liturgiche instauraciones came after, with the emphasizing the episcopal oversight and authority, and restricts our unauthorized experimentation. Because now, as we are seeing, many people are doing what we called the orthopraxis, not orthopratic. No, the word is there. They do it by themselves, instead of following the magisterium, let me say, norms, guidance. And then we have Varietates Legitime, which speaks now on inculturation itself and how we can move in it, taking into account local cultures. Then we have Liturgiam Authenticam, that we can say removed the dynamic equivalence, which was sense to sense, can say even meaning to meaning. Now we came back with the formal equivalence. There we can understand what happened, like in the translation of the Lord with you, Dominus vobiscum, and then said, cum spiritu tuo, pia na roho yako, that we have chosen now, like here. So there is also the apostolic letter, motu proprio manuum principium, modifying the canon 8038, paragraph 2 and 3, to let the local conferences be, you can say, reminded that they have authority on looking at the inculturation process, particularly in translation, because there we have now the change of confirmatio and the cognitio that we have to understand when we are moving to inculturation, into inculturation process. Let me move, the time is not at our side. I leave the biblical foundation that you know very well. Just let me go to the page 13, orthopractical areas. Orthopractical areas. We have three main areas. The translation of liturgical books, and also the ritual music and dance. We'll be talking about particularly this of music, and also sacred architecture and decoration. I check just those ones because the field is very, very huge. So, talking on translation of liturgical books, I've already mentioned the two documents, and now we have to move with Liturgicam Authenticam that asks to come back to liturgical equivalence, formal equivalence. But we have also Manuum Principium that talks about the meaning, because it have to make sense to the people, to the local church. Sometime maybe the word-to-word translation may not work. And then we have to see how translating documents, what we can do. That's why we have to understand very well confirmatio and recognitio, because it helps us now get the major problematic in translation. So for translation of liturgical books and prayers, it is essential for our fathers, bishops, to have that in their heart, because they are the one to promote the translations of those liturgical books, and not only for Mass, but also for sacraments, for funeral, and other liturgical practices. We heard about the Missale Romano, for the Zairian rite. We still have the problem of translation for that in Congo, because the original one, it was in French, and then the Lingala one has to be updated, and also translation in other languages. Let me just break there for what regards translation. I move to ritual music and dance. Music is another cultural element deeply intertwined with ritual life. In Africa, mostly, we don't distinguish too much music and dance. Sometimes dance, it's like written by an internal music. And also music is like something to do with dance. So whenever somebody starts singing, even Kyrie eleison, even the composers make it in a way that one can dance. So that is also another issue that we should be looking at. Thank you. Yes, it is time for tea break, but allow me just to take 10 minutes so that we go for pause. And that is a problem, because our music, most of the time, we hear mostly instruments than the voices and what people are singing. And that also, we may look at that point if it's that inculturation. So the rumors we have been reproached of, it's mostly done by instruments, mostly more than the voice of the singers, of the choir. So I move to sacred architecture and decoration. Here, I would like to remind the Muntu anthropology, because it has been said, we heard that we need to have collaboration from many areas. So referring to theology, the Muntu, the ontology of Alexis Kagame, who infers from the Muntu, the Buntu, the Wantu, and the Kintu, referring to Mutawazi Kasosi and also to Professor John Lukwata of Kwea. The Awantu is the awareness for church identification. The Awantu is the place where the church gathers to mean its presence as church. So it's the Muntu is that the man, but the Buntu is the fact of being men, Wantu, the plural, the Kintu, the thing that men use. Then the Awantu is the place where they gather as men, but here now a typical man. So we have to look at the way we gather and the place, how it is shaped where we gather as church. So this regards the building that Richard Tamwe will be talking about on Wednesday. Here we have to look at how people can gather as people, not as just a crowd, as people with places, but also with that goal of worshiping. So spaces are needed, order is needed, and also other things, even the sounding of the room. When we have a church like a very short, how can I say it? No, not that high, but very low. We can be, it can be very difficult for us really to gather there and to be comfortable. When a church is built very well, like where we were yesterday, then you can feel also at home in the presence of the Lord. I just leave that point saying that there are shapes from Europe that may not work like in tropical areas. There are also models of maybe, I don't know, hot places that may not work in cold places in our diocese, various churches. So when we have to build, it is good to have first a study of the place, of the materials. And that is not only the task for the engineers, but also for us priests, because they may product something that is not helpful for worship. Now, I will not come back to the church teaching, you know it very well, about inculturation. Just let's remind that inculturation has to move between universality and locality. We are there at page 19. We should not have a very local church that does not have nothing to do with the universal. The model, in the models, in the meanings, in the shapes. So we have some universal model maybe to keep and also to know what to leave. An authentic liturgical inculturation avoids creating overly localized liturgy. Rather, a liturgical model recognizable to other local churches. When one comes from Ivory Coast and celebrates in Kenya, if he can feel really celebrating there, then it is a good thing. But if it's really strange, he feels strange in a Catholic celebration, he may wonder whether it is a local church or a Catholic church. I conclude with this question. Are today practices of liturgical inculturation in our African church rooted enough in liturgical teaching and cultural traditions to maturely guarantee the integrity of the liturgy of the future in Africa. Can ask ourselves, notre inculturation liturgique aujourd'hui est-elle vraiment enracinée dans la doctrine et dans les traditions culturelles d'Afrique pour garantir, être garantie comme modèle pour l'avenir? Whether or we are just having an adaptation that works only for today. So I will conclude with this challenge. The remaining missing questions which are there, like the silence, we have already talked about it a little bit, that maybe provide a reason for publishing, for Cardinal Sarah to publish The Power of Silence Against the Dictatorship of Noise. When it is said that our liturgy are really noisy. So we should look at that. What are we saying on that? And also, the liturgical calendar. We have our saints, but in Africa, we have saints who are honored. I was happy to see Bakanja here in our chapel there, Bakanja, Bakita, and many other African saints. But there are places where we don't know African saints, and we don't celebrate them really with feast, as a feast. And we have also the liturgical of the hours. A good thing we have recited today, this liturgy of in Kiswahili, which is not in English, in French, but it means we have started that translation. We have also the question of integration of converts from polygamy, their Christianization, because polygamy is almost all over in Africa, the Africa we have talked about. But should they be initiated as all other just adults? We have that issue of sacramental initiation, of sacramental stakes of the dowry. It's all over in Africa. But we leave it now. The society creates by itself mechanism to see, to set that dowry thing. We have the insertion of the ancestors of goodwill in the ecology and litany, but only in a certain point. But in other prayers, they are absent. When in social celebrations, they rely mostly to them. But ourselves, we just have a kind of silence on that. Those things being said, we just conclude saying that we have two things to do, as it happens for every generation. There are things to sacrifice, and there are things to sacralize. Mostly, we have that challenge when we reach a certain point of culture to go ahead. There are things, if we want to move on, we have to sacrifice. We have other things that we cannot sacrifice, but we have to sacralize them. But now we have to understand what are they and how we can use them to go ahead in the inculturation process. I thank you for listening to me. Nawashukuru sana, asanteni kwa kunisikiliza. And excuse for the extra time.
Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Josephat Wasukundi, for this presentation. Tumpigie makofi ya nguvu. Kuna wale wataalamu wa kuorganize makofi, sijui matano, nini na nini. Hebu tumpigie makofi matano ya nguvu. Manake tunaenda 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, okay? You know, I saw Father Kagombe cannot follow that one. You have to learn, you know. So thank you very much, Father Josephat. Kwa wale wanaotufuatilia kwa Kiswahili, aliyetoa mada ni Padre Josephat Waskundi Mbindule kutoka Jamhuri ya Kidemokrasia ya Kongo. Amechunguza juu ya utamadunisho wa liturujia barani Afrika, ambapo amegusia mambo ya zamani, mambo ya sasa na mambo ya baadaye. Na anahoji kama mazoea au matendo ya sasa tunayoyafanya katika liturujia yana msingi thabiti wa mafundisho ya kanisa. Anagusia msingi wa utamadunisho. Utamadunisho unatafsiriwa kama mchakato wa pande mbili unaoongozwa kwa mfano wa umwilisho wa Kristo. Injili inaingia katika utamaduni wa eneo, na utamaduni huo unatajirishwa na maisha ya kanisa bila kuharibu umoja wa riti ya Kiroma. Amegusia maeneo ambayo yanafaa kuguswa, tafsiri ya vitabu vya liturujia kwa kuzingatia maana badala ya neno kwa neno. Amegusia juu ya muziki na dansi za Kiafrika katika ibada. Amegusia usanifu wa majengo na sanaa za Kiafrika katika maeneo matakatifu. Amegusia miongozo na changamoto. Amerejelea nyaraka za mtaguso wa pili wa Vatikani, hasa ile Sacrosanctum Concilium Constitutio ya Kiliturujia namba 37 hadi namba 40, na miongozi ya mababa wa kanisa hasa mapapa. Pia ametaja mambo yanayokosekana kama vile kujumuisha historia ya Afrika katika kalenda ya liturujia, masuala ya mahari na kadhalika. Basi yote hayo yameguswa juu ya kanisa la Afrika ili lijengwe katika mafundisho sahihi yanayounganisha wa Afrika. Basi tumpigie makofi tena ya nguvu. So now to the time of break, tea break. I would like to welcome His Excellency Salutaris Libena to give us a short prayer for our tea. Karibu. Let us stand up. So welcome for the tea. Just for a clarification for our insignia, this is a traditional, the traditional shuka is used by different tribes in Tanzania, and the way we put it on this way, the right hand should be free. When you are, you know, Africans are fighters and you are workers, so you have to let your hand free this way. So it's just like a store, so that's the way.
So we are coming for vacation. We are coming back after the trip.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
We are coming back in 20 minutes for the question.
Okay. We are coming back for discussions and questions after 20 minutes. See, so don't go away, please. Most welcome. Kwa wale wanaotumia Kiswahili vile vile tunawatangazia kwamba kuna kitabu cha nyimbo za mazishi Kwa hiyo tunakaribishwa kukinunua kutoka kwa Padre Gaspar Balikumtwe kutoka jimbo la Kigoma, kwa wale ambao wanatumia Kiswahili. Hata kama ni nchi ya jirani, basi unakaribishwa kuchukua kitabu hicho kwa ajili ya nyimbo zetu za mazishi. Ni nyimbo nzuri, zimetungwa vizuri, zimejaa teolojia nzuri. Hata wale wengine ambao hawanavyo katika majimbo yao, basi tunawakaribisha kwa ajili ya kununua vitabu hivyo. Tunawatangazia vile vile kalenda yetu ya liturujia ya Baraza la Maaskofu Katoliki Tanzania imeshatoka. Kwa hiyo tunakaribishwa katika ofisi yetu ya fedha, inapatikana kwa bei ya shilingi 5,000, bei elekezi, bei ya jumla shilingi 5,000, na huko majimboni bei ya rejareja inakuwa ni shilingi 8,000. Tunawaomba wenye maduka ya vitabu vya liturujia wasiuze zaidi ya shilingi 8,000. Kwa hiyo bei ya jumla hapa Baraza la Maaskofu ni shilingi 5,000, na kwenye maduka yetu ya vitabu ni shilingi 8,000, isizidi. Unaweza ukauza chini ya shilingi 8,000, lakini isiwe zaidi ya hapo. Tunaomba waratibu wa liturujia wawapashe habari wenye maduka ya vitabu waweze kuchukua kalenda yetu ya liturujia. Vile vile kitabu cha baraka kipo, baraka mbalimbali, ambayo ni tafsiri ya kitabu cha Kilatini De Benedictionibus. Ni kitabu ambacho kinaweza kikatumiwa na mlei, kikatumiwa na shemasi, kikatumiwa na padri. Kwa hiyo sio kitabu cha maaskofu tu, bali ni kitabu cha baraka kwa wote. Kwa hiyo tujitahidi, vitabu hivyo vinapatikana katika ofisi yetu ya fedha. Kwa hiyo unaweza ukapita ukanunua. We have a translation of the Book of Blessing in Swahili, De Benedictionibus. So all speaking Swahili, English, Swahili speaking countries, you can have your Swahili translation of the De Benediction. Hello, hello, hello. So we come back for discussion and questions. Reverend Father Wasukundi, please come here for the discussions. During the questions, you can even write your question and bring it here. Maybe our animators, Father Mwageni and Father Kaombe, if there is someone who has written a question, you may take it and bring it here. Attention, please. We want to begin to the time for questions, time for discussion. So if you have any question, you may raise up your hand and ask the question. Please, you are most welcome. You say your name, where you are coming from, and you ask your question.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for a nice presentation, Dr. Josephat. My question derives from your doubt. When you were beginning to explain your topic, you doubted on whether we have a liturgical dance or it is just a dance in the liturgy. Of course, even myself, I don't agree that we have the so-called liturgical dance, because it is not there in the, even you go to the document, patristic document and the other official church documents. So my doubt is there. Do we have a liturgical dance, or it is just a dance in the liturgy, of which has occupied, even replaced the meaning of encapsulation in Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Please make sure that your mic is off so that there is no interference.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm Father John Bosco Mpungu Katabazi from Uganda. You mentioned a little bit when you were presenting about the silence in the liturgy, and you did not talk a lot about it. I know Africans have a fear for silence, generally. Yet at the same time, we need silence in order to listen to the one who is talking to us, or even to listen in discernment, listening to God himself. We need to teach ourselves, especially as Africans, to understand how to make that discernment of listening to God and make it a heart-to-heart communication. So I don't know how you can help us to understand more, and then when we go back to tell others, especially our students, as I am a lecturer, to tell them about liturgical silence in the African perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Another question? Father, you're welcome.
Thank you. My question goes back to, I am Patrick Epada, Carmelite from Nigeria, working in Kenya. Goes back to incarceration. I tend to see what we call incarceration in Africa until now is a trial and error. I say this because for one to be able to engage in incarceration, he needs to know the culture of the people very well. At the same time, he needs to know the teachings of the church, the scripture, the tradition, and everything very well. I want to use concrete examples. Since we are in Tanzania here, my experience of some of the things that are done, which I want to bring up. For example, I'm not sure it's all part of Tanzania. Some part of Tanzania, during wedding, the stole of the priest is used to bind the hands of the couples. Probably this is coming as a incarceration. But I asked myself, what is the basis for that? What has the stole to do with the couples? And for example, that is one. In Zambia, I think Malawi also, during the gospel, proclamation of the gospel, they sit down. And whatever they have said is that when an elder speaks, the younger one sits down to listen. And I ask myself, during the first reading, who was speaking? During the second reading, who was speaking? Is it only in the gospel that an elder is speaking? And properly speaking, the first reading is God speaking through the prophet or others to us. The second reading is that of the Holy Spirit at work in the church. Now we come to the gospel. So my question remains again, do we understand why the church says we should stand to listen to the gospel? Because if we don't understand that, we just say culture says, when an elder speaks, we have to, again, sit down. I wonder, again, is that a proper acculturation? I've seen something, again, still be done very well here in Tanzania. During the penitential rite, they kneel down. Beautiful, a very good kind of acculturation. But when it comes to the Kyrie, people are seen kneeling down. And I ask myself, do we actually know that Kyrie has a different part from that, has its own meaning? I wish Kupal is here. He would have been one because he was supposed to be here. I'm still looking forward to see him because he's an expert on Kyrie. Because Kyrie itself is a song to the risen Lord. I was even hearing when you were present, you mentioned it, you say people dance. But who say we cannot dance during the Kyrie? Why not? I'm not talking of the penitential aspect, but the Kyrie itself. And so these are my simple questions. And we're all doing acculturation in different ways. Sometimes I also think the bishops are not doing enough because individual. I come from Nigeria where people do all kinds of experiments with acculturation. People wake up, can decide to do anything, especially with this idea of charismatic. People jumping up and down in the church, and I think they want to somersault, and yet it is acculturation. And you ask, what kind of acculturation? So those are some of my fears and others that may follow up.
Oh, thank you. Can we get any question from the ladies? The ladies, the sisters. Okay, you're welcome. Yes.
Alors, cher Père, merci. Merci pour l'intervention, la richesse de l'exposé. Je suis le Père Alain Pierre Yao de la Côte d'Ivoire. Alors, j'interviens pour avoir quelques précisions ou votre avis. Nous sommes en train de réfléchir sur l'inculturation, voir le contact entre notre foi et nos différentes cultures. Alors, devant la multiplicité culturelle que nous avons en Afrique, d'un pays à un autre, et même à l'intérieur d'un même pays, quel est le but que nous voulons poursuivre? Avoir une liturgie africaine ou des liturgies africaines, selon les sensibilités que nous avons dans une ère culturelle. Quand je prends le cas de la Côte d'Ivoire, du nord au sud, nous avons une multiplicité d'approches culturelles que nous avons. Alors donc, quel est le but? Avoir une seule liturgie pour tout un pays ou plusieurs approches culturelles, liturgiques. Et le risque que je vois, il y a parfois le désir de revenir à des pratiques qui n'existent plus. J'appelle un peu l'archéologie. Nous avons des usances que nous avons avant, qu'on n'a plus. Et parfois, dans nos approches, quand nous voulons inculturer, on a l'impression qu'on veut aller faire revenir ces choses qu'on ne connaît plus, qu'on n'utilise plus, pour les remettre au goût du jour. Et cela ne dit rien au peuple. Voilà, un peu cette provocation-là que je fais pour voir quelle est votre réaction, votre avis là-dessus. Comment faire pour éviter ce genre de situation? Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Na kama kuna mwenye swali, kama utashindwa kuuliza kwa Kiingereza au Kifaransa, unaweza kuuliza kwa Kiswahili, tutakujibu. Aliye presenti ni mzuri katika Kiswahili vile vile, kwa hiyo atakujibu. Swali?
My name is Bernard Mukasa from Ukwakata, Utume wa Kwaya Katoliki, Tanzania. I would like to ask Father Mbindule. In Africa, as it is done in the Universal Church, we use organ, an instrument which has no African origin. But we also use drums, an instrument which has African origin. Sometimes we combine both. We use an organ and African arm drums. But sometimes we use an organ with electrical drums already keyed in it. And sometimes we use only the organ and the drums, the automatic drums in the organ and the traditional drums. Which one is the best liturgical option and why?
Asante. Swali la upendeleo kwa masista au dada zetu wa Wata nini, tunataka nanyi tusikie mchango wenu. Swali lolote. Yameulizwa maswali kutoka ikaonekana kwamba tuko pande mmoja. Swali ambalo la mwisho hili, alafu tutaingia kwenye, tutamruhusu aweze kujibu. Karibu.
Asante. I have the question to the presenter, because he's from Congo and has spoken of the Congolese right. The first is that you tell us the secret you used to succeed for the approval of your Congolese right. Because I know Tanzanians tried and did not go through. The Tanzanian mass did not go through. But what did you use to get the approval of the Congolese mass? That's the first one. Then the other one, is the Congolese mass to be used everywhere or only in Congo or for the Congolese? Because some do use that one as a form of enculturation, but in a wrong place maybe. I don't know. Those are my two questions.
Thank you very much. Maybe at the end we shall give a chance to His Excellency Salutaru Silibena to give a response whether Tanzania has ever asked the Tanzanian right or not. So, Father, you are most welcome.
Thank you very much for all those questions. But I would like to say two things before answering. The first thing, we are here all, we can say, liturgical specialists. So I will not be answering as a maestro, but just as a colleague, and then we can also complete, we can participate in answering. Second thing, I would like to just remind what I've already said, that we need, I started maybe, that's why it was not made clear, but we need somehow a clear guideline. I called it a doctrine made by the magisterium, to have answers on those all those questions you have asked about, because if everyone has to do the way he understands things, it will not work as inculturation. And all the messages we heard here were talking about this dialogue, not only between doctrine and liturgy, but also among people. We have like an integrative dialogue among local churches, African local churches, and with the African churches and even other churches beyond Africa. So enculturation will not be something that we have only for us Africa and no one else can celebrate in it, can participate in it, if it can help him to celebrate better. So that was said here by His Eminence on the behalf of the all SECAM, that we need that interdisciplinarity in studying those matters regarding inculturation. But also we have that must of dialogue. Like now we can say for the Swahili translations, we should be having that communication for all those people speaking even a different Swahili, like in Congo, when we speak a different Swahili. I was happy to read some translation here in the book of the prayers, but somehow some translations cannot work the other part. But at least if we have that change, we can help one another. And at the end, I would like to remind that I said, we have also to know that inculturation means for us some sacrifice to make and some sacralization. We cannot keep everything saying that we are Africans, so we have to keep everything from the tradition. Even tradition is something that has to grow up. Okay. That being said, then the first question was about a doubt that I don't remember, but he said that is there some liturgical dance? Okay, if we look at, we can say, the dicastery documents or the Vatican documents, the dance, the way we understand it in Africa, we will not get that word, because the understanding of the dance, I can say in in Western philosophy tradition, it's a little bit different for us. And I remember once the prefect Arinze was answering that issue, said, in Africa, if you take you take an African woman and an European woman, and you ask them like to bring, like, for example, those offerings to the altar. The European one will go straight, but the African will go like moving a little bit, because to go straight, carrying things like that is like, you don't know whether you are expressing what you feel in, or you are just doing mechanically a thing. So if we look in to African documents, magisterial documents, even those of Congo, for example, you will find now that word of dance. So to say, is there some liturgical dance or a dance in liturgy? The liturgical dance, there is a way, if you see our assemblies, that we can say dance only in liturgy, like moving, swinging like this. But if you go beyond the liturgy, you will not find it. But now the problem maybe it is to norms, which kind of movement can be accepted in a liturgical celebration as a way of worshiping. Maybe the right question will be that one, instead of asking whether there is a liturgical dance and a dance in the liturgy, we may now have that answer. Yes, that is okay. About dance and music, what Father is reminding me about is that we will come back to music and dance tomorrow. So we just leave that question. There is another one about the instruments. That one also will come back. It was from Father Bernard Kwasa. That question will come back to it also tomorrow. Okay, sorry, for Mr. Bernard Mukwaso, about musical instruments. Okay, then the other question was about the silence from Father Katabazi. Yes, in Africa we have a fear of silence, but here, if you may allow me, I may ask like Benedictines, because we have Benedictines here. If they can answer this question, because it is for them, they have, which experience do they have on silence, particularly in liturgical silence, so that we may also have the response from them. I think they are not the Wazungus. They feel Africans when keeping silence. We have Justin somewhere here. We have yes. If you can answer that question, are we, do we have a fear of silence, or is only because we don't know fear, for example? Silence, I mean. Johannes, okay.
Thank you very much. For the Benedictine, I will not answer for everybody, but the way we are living silence in our community, I don't think we are afraid of silence. I don't think. We have many ways of worshiping. And in the Benedictines' houses, silence is a must. From the formation, we learn to keep quiet. We learn to be with God, just to be. And then in our prayer, to praise God at the same time as we present our needs, everything. What is important for us is our praise through psalms, hymns, and so on. That is our work, we know it. And then we should learn to keep quiet. Keeping quiet does not mean we cannot joke one with another. But this kind of dancing may not be part of the worship, even though we can dance in another times, which dance is not necessarily a liturgical dance. Though at other times, when people outside, some lay people, come to the monastery and have mass with us, they have their really own way of presenting gifts, dancing, doing everything. But for us monks alone, there is no dance, truly, during the liturgy. And for us, it works very well. We like so much such silence, such deep communion with God, which does not need any too much gestures and so on, but simply insisting on being in the presence of God. I think Abbot can, and others can also answer to this.
Okay. Are you answering, or you're adding something?
Just to lend a voice to him, I totally agree with him that the thing about silence in Africa context is formation. In the parish, that formation is not there. We just think that if we don't shout, praise God, or make noise, we can't, it's strange for us in the parish. For example, in every parish, you go in Nigeria, for example, after the communion, there's supposed to be a space for silence, but you see them saying prayer like O Sacrament, just all this devotional prayer to keep people alive, because for the faithful, silence is strange. I think what the pastors of the church have to do, like, give formation to the parishioners that silence is an important part of the liturgy. It's very important. There are even, for example, now, most priests during the collect is like, let us pray, give space for people to recollect their prayers. But most priests don't observe it. They just let us pray and rush into the prayer. So all those aspects of silence in the liturgy, we have to really go back to it. It will help the faithful to accept that kind of practice in the liturgy. That's my own contribution.
Thank you. Maybe we'll come back to it maybe in other presentations, I don't know. because we have another presentation on the liturgical assembly as the source of inculturation. Maybe it's about that education of the assembly that we may also, I think, come back to the question of the sacred silence. Then, for Father Patrick, you had 3 main questions, but the first one, I think, we will come to it again, talking about the sacred music. Either we can dance, singing the Kyrie eleison, then we can also maybe add something like the Agnus Dei, can we dance? All those things, maybe we'll come back to them, talking of sacred music and dance. Then you asked also about this kind of adaptation, like in Tanzania, the marriage wedding ceremony, the gospel proclamations. But I can say, we have already said it, because the local church, when, for example, it is the assembly is listening, seated, even that is done in the Zairian rite, and the people sit to listen to an important person, and this is now the God. It is a kind of respect. And I think when we are just understanding what we are doing, and then we translate it in the way in our culture we do it, I think there we are right. You sit down because you know that is now God who is going to speak. Now, is it the situation for everywhere? That may be another question. But if we do it like for African, like signs, this is Joshua, like tightening the spouses. It is maybe to show people that these one now are one thing. They want it to be seen. And then, is it necessary? Is it not allowing the celebration? This is why we are here, to see whether we can continue doing things like that, or we have to put rules there. That is why a celebration should not be made only according to the priests who are ministering, or in an assembly, but according to what was agreed and given as law for the celebration. And I go to Father Monsignor Alain Pierre for the question regarding is it there possible to have a liturgie, avoir une liturgie pour toute l'Afrique? Et ici, nous avons précisé au début de la célébration que l'Afrique dont nous parlions, c'est toute l'Afrique subsaharienne. Nous ne considérons pas les autres parties de l'Afrique qui ont des particularités. Ça peut être même déjà l'Éthiopie, ça peut être le Maghreb là-bas, peut-être certaines autres parties. Alors, on peut poser la même question pour les rites romains lui-même. Quelqu'un disait, les rites romains n'est pas totalement romain. Even the Roman rite was made in Rome, in France, in Germany, and all that now came in we can say, in one shape as a Roman rite. So, if Africa does not succeed in making like an African liturgical, we can say, shape, or at least norms for inculturation, it may mean that Africans are not talking. It may mean also that. But if they talk and they really study their cultures and they try to bring together all those contributions and to say these may now be acceptable, at least in the major part of Africa, I think they may have the possibility of having one culture. If you look at Congo, we say it is 250 ethnies, not tribes, but ethnies. So all those, even in Congo, to have like this Zairian right, it was not easy to have it. And up to now, there is still to work on it, to make it really Congolese, because somebody wrote and said that the Zairian right is a quinoa, a rite quinoa. Donc, c'est resté à Kinshasa un peu autour. Donc, we have to make it for the, really to make it for the Congolese, the Congolese church to feel really at home with that right everywhere. So that will be my answer for what regards the possibility of having an African shape of inculturation. Now, regarding the question of Bernard, no, that one we have already. The approval of the Zairian right, peut-être, Éminence, c'est vous qui il a demandé comment a-t-on réussi à prouver, donc à faire approuver, disons, la reconnaissance et l'approbation du rite zaïrois, alors que peut-être d'autres ont tenté et n'ont pas réussi, même en Afrique. Donc ça c'est His Eminence.
Now, can we welcome His Excellency Salutaris Libena to give clarifications on the Tanzanian right, whether we have ever asked it or not. You are most welcome.
Thank you. Yes. We don't speak of Tanzanian right. Right is another thing. We speak of Roman right, Zairian right, Milan or Eastern right, Silo Malankabaya, and so on. Because of the arrangement of the celebration differs from one rite to the other one. We are very faithful to Roman rite. So what we have done so far is to follow Roman rite, but in a Swahili language.
Yeah, so for Tanzania, it's only to adapt the use of vernacular language. But the right remains the same. And there was also a question, I think it was not touched, whether it is allowed to take the Zairian right to bring it in here, maybe here to Tanzania or somewhere else. Is it allowed? Or to take the Western right, I don't know, Orthodox right, to celebrate here in Tanzania? What are the principles? Maybe someone can clarify that one.
Yes, that one I left because there were two questions about the Zairian right. First of all, the Zairian right is an abuse of language. We say, okay, at the beginning, the very beginning, it was asked for a Zairian right, but what was approved is a missal, missel romain pour les diocèses du Zaïre. So we remain in the Roman rite. So binding it in the Roman was following that purpose of Sacrosanctum Concilium 43 to maintain the unity of the Roman rite. Then people continue saying Zairian rite, but what is approved, it is the missal. So we have, even to make it wider, we have to have maybe the Book of the Hour adapted to that missal and other things. Okay, another thing now regarding to this, in Quea, some years ago, they spoke about that one. But in Rome, we can say there is this, how can I say, the chaplaincy of Congolese that celebrates there in Zairian rite. So, looking at that, we can come back to because what defines the use of a liturgical book is the decree. When they approved it, they say also how it will be used. So maybe His Excellency or someone will add something about that. But since there are Congolese in some other place and they can, they want to celebrate in that, right? I think is to make it known at the local ordinary that they are there, and that they want to celebrate in that rite, because they cannot celebrate it even for other rites in a local area, for a local church, if the ordinary is not allowing it to be celebrated there. So if it is celebrated there, then it means the local ordinary knows the situation, and he agreed according to what was also defined in the decree. Because the decree is very important to know how the liturgical book will be used.
Contribution. Where is the contribution?
Yeah.
Okay. You're welcome.
I'm Father Paterni Patrick Mangi. I would like to contribute on this issue of liturgical celebrations in different cultures, taking example of the Zairian rite. It is true that the church allows different cultures to celebrate the liturgy in the way is accepted and good for the people of the place. But we have to read the Sacrosanctum Concilium, number 38, which speaks of substantial unity. Even though there are many different ways of celebrating liturgy, but we have to maintain the core of the liturgy, which is the Roman Rite. If you see the Zairian rite and other rites, as Bishop said, they can have some different elements, but all in all, they have to maintain substantial unity. And we, as liturgists, when we see the differences of liturgical celebrations in our place and so on, we have to consult the bishop to allow us to insert these differences. If he agrees, of course, after some investigations, then we can insert in the Roman Rite, keeping in mind the substantial unit should be kept well. So I invite you to read Sacrosanctum Concilium number 38. Thank you.
Thank you. I had asked about the Tanzanian Mass, not the Tanzanian Rite, so I'm sorry if... but Emmanuel Erochukwu Ozuku, in his book, wrote about 2 attempts which were rejected. There is the Ndizon Mass of Cameroon and the Tanzanian. They were rejected. Then they were put in the, I don't know where, so I was asking, but the Congolese was approved in 1988. So that question was there, maybe we will go deep later. Then I would like to add on the issue of the stall, because it was referred to Tanzania, and a few days ago I asked the one concerned, and the book which is used now for the celebration of marriage, there is no use of the stall. If I am wrong, I'm ready to be corrected here. So the liturgical book for Tanzania, approved by Rome and authorized to be used in Tanzania, there is nowhere where it is mentioned that one has to use the stall during wedding. Then that use of the stall during wedding is not African, it is more inculturation of German culture, or Germanic culture, you can say so. That's where it came from, of uniting the two, and they are the ministers of the celebration, the two who are being wedded. So it is not African, it is more European than African. Thank you.
Just, I would like to, I don't know whether, we have here one also who taught that Zairian rite. Professor Kahumba, I don't know whether, where is this? He may add something if he has about these questions they are asking. Father Ambrose, if they are about the Zairian rite.
Thank you. About the Zairian right, the one who has just spoken now, I think he said everything. That Zairian right, it had to go through different exercises, let us call it like that, and a very long dialogue between the Episcopal Conference of Zaire and the dicastery for the cult in Rome. All in all, it took something like 19 years of experimentations, and at the end, the experimentations brought fruit so that it became, it was now approved. But before that, there was a continuous dialogue between the Congolese or Zairian Episcopal Conference and the dicastery for the cult. And whenever, there was a parish, St. Alphonse, I think, in Matete in Kinshasa there, where the experiences were being made, and now from there, the result of those experiences were continuously discussed between the conference and the dicastery. At the end, they approved it, and the decree came. And now, as you said, it was called not Zairian Rite, but Roman Missal for the dioceses of Zaire.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, and we can just add also that the one who really brought it ahead was this, he was named there, Cardinal Joseph Albert Malula, who is a predecessor to Cardinal Fridolin Ambongo, who is with us here.
Excuse me? Here? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Oh.
Thank you for this opportunity. I have a simple contribution. The way I see, I find that most of we Africans are confusing between inculturation and indigenization. Because we have the tendency of trying to make the Roman Rite as ours. And if we can solve this problem between inculturation and indigenization, then I think you can move forward. Therefore, as you have said also in Congo, some cultures are trying to say, this Congolese rite, this Congolese form of the Roman Rite is not real, ours. We need to make it more ours. And therefore, I find a conflict between indigenization and the inculturation. And therefore, our main task, I think, is to begin instructing and make people understand what really inculturation is before even thinking about the other elements that are being introduced in the liturgy. Thank you.
Yes. Is there any other?
Yeah, it's me. Father Manik, Mozambique. I just want to say thank you for these explanations, because even me there in Mozambique, I used to talk about Zairian Rite, and I was showing the others that this country is the only country from Africa that has a rite, you know. And yesterday and today I was a little bit confused because I was listening to the dicaster, Arthur Roche, speaking, saying that the enculturation, the goal of the enculturation is not to create new rites, you know. So it's, I want to say thank you for this explanation. And maybe now we have to change the language now. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Much. Is there any? Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you. I am Father Callistus Merikane from Nigeria. I must say that I had the opportunity to argue and to debate on the impossibility of having a right different from the Roman rights, inasmuch as is the head of the church, Catholic Church in the world. I find it difficult, but thank God for this clarification that even the Israeli rights we know in Nigeria that was approved is not the way that we thought it was approved for the Israeli. Our idea, our understanding in Nigeria. So it's well clarified now, which means I still stand on the impossibility of having a right of a particular culture which is different from the Roman culture. Now, if you want to talk about having a right, it should be totally different from what we see in the Missa. Totally different. But in as much as it's not different, it's still the Roman rights. Perhaps if you want to talk about inculturation, it should be understood in terms of maybe the way certain things are being done. For example, when you talk about baptism, in Nigeria, there are some places where before you talk about baptism, you talk about naming ceremony. That naming ceremony, certain things are being done. The priest will be present, and he has to carry out some certain rites with some certain, let me use the word, matter. For example, you have the red oil, which symbolizes neutralization or protection. You have the salt, which represents the sweetness, even the sugar. You have the kola nuts that talks about life, that the water is there. Before the name is being mentioned, from that moment, then you cannot talk about baptism. So at the beginning of baptism, the priest will ask, what name do you give to your child? So all these were all done during the naming ceremony. So baptism continues. So at baptism, you cannot use a rite different from the one provided. So also, that is what I say about inculturation. So when you talk about, I know we are going back to that, dance, liturgical dance or dance in liturgy. It's just a movement. It's just a pattern. You mentioned quoting Cardinal Arese, the European, a woman from Europe bringing an offering, a woman from Africa bringing an offering. Of course, it's only an adaptation. Or let me just say, just a movement. Because Africa, we have it in our nature to dance. So they may not have it over there. So my summary is, I still find it difficult to accept that there is going to be a rite that is totally different from the Roman rite, except if we are no more Roman Catholics. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I have got a message here also. A question from Father Enoch from Bunda. The presenter has explained very well that what was approved by Rome was Roman rite, not Zyrian rite. My question is it true then to continue calling it a Zyrian rite, or we should think another name to remove the confusion? Also, another name from someone, who called it Zyrian rite if it was not approved like that? Maybe you can continue further.
Yes. Thank you, Father, first for those comments you have made. But we, historically, we may come to how we reached that unification that was very strong from the Council of Trent. You know that before that we had those multiplicity of rites, of missals and sacramentaries, all those things. So when the preoccupation of the dicastery is to bring together various parts of the church, that is the way to go. Because as it was said before, we cannot make inculturation without rules. So we have to know our cultures, we have to know also the rules so that we can move in now. So if the rule is that Roman, by the current document we have, does not allow multiplicity of rites, then we have to move on within the Roman rite, and then to make inculturation. Because we said, somebody else added this indigenization. But the accepted word now is this of inculturation, we have said it. And the inculturation is not temporary, because we said adaptation is a temporary, is this set of temporary changes. Adaptation is not made to last for a long time. But inculturation instead, which is not a concern for African churches, we can say, even though many documents talk about missions church, but we can see that even today, now Europeans, when they are called to come back to their culture, so they need also now inculturation to understand some other liturgical elements. So for us, the way to follow is that one of knowing that no new rites. That is the doctrine. That's the vision that the church gives us to move on. Then to see what elements we don't understand in the setting, the today's setting of the liturgy, and how now we can do and what we can do to make it understandable now in our cultures. That is the thing to do. Because if we are still dealing with inculturation, then we will not move in action. So we have to understand first, then like tomorrow when we will be talking on sacred music, when after tomorrow we'll be dealing with the liturgical architecture and many other issues, we know what are we looking for? What is the goal of what we want to do? But otherwise, we will say we want first to understand inculturation, then to move into action. So that is what I want first to say. What is defined as Roman rite is known, and then we have to work with the conferences, local churches, to move in that way. That now the other question, is it true to continue calling it Zairean rite? We have said that what maybe at the very beginning, because that name Zairean rite, le rite zairois, was there made from the beginning, even during the experimentation period up to the approval of 1988, the 30th of April. From all that time, maybe we were also expecting the approval of a Zairean rite. But today, when they use Zairean rites, mostly they add of the Mass. Let's say, the Zairean rite of the Mass, le rite zairois de la messe. And there is, among these last publications on that work that was made on liturgical inculturation in Congo, there is this homage, le rite zairois de la messe, hommage au Père Laurent Pongo. That is the last main publication about the history and the problematics of the Zairean rite. There you find every element. It is in French, published in l'Harmattan edition. So we can get many other elements there.
Thank you very much, Father Josephat Wasukundi Mbindule, for that great presentation and the clarifications of all what we are coming close to the end. Maybe we allow only 2 people to either to ask a question or to contribute. Then we come to the end of this session. Yes, you are most welcome.
Thank you. I just wanted to add this aspect here. It is that when we speak of culture, it's not something static. If it was static, then one day it will die. It is continuously in move. That's also the same for this missal, Roman missal for the diocese of Zaire. What in Zaire has been reached is not an end. It is a terminus adequem which has been reached and which automatically has become a terminus a quo. That means from there now, it may be developed differently. Even in Congo itself, we have, I don't know how many, not tribes,
ethnies.
And each one of those ethnies can take that missal which has been reached and approved, and normally as terminus adequem, it can now, each one can now take it for himself and develop as a terminus, a new terminus a quo towards a terminus adequem. And I think that's an aspect which you have to take into account. Otherwise, the rite will have started and then it dies if we don't see that aspect of movement of the culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We end up here for our morning discussion. May we clap hands to Father Josephat for such a great presentation. Yes, we allow His Eminence to give any comment. You're most welcome.
I need
Okay.
translation. If
Father,
can translate.
Even in French.
Who will translate? Yeah, he's tied. He's tied.
A translator. Oh, Father Ambrose. Ambrose, who is there? Yes. On a besoin des traducteurs, s'il avait. Si vous pouvez. Un traducteur. En français. En anglais.
En anglais. Oui.
Son éminence va parler en français et toi.
translation from French to English.
Je voudrais rappeler ici,
I want to remind you now,
en tant que liturgiste,
as
nous
liturgists,
devons être précis
we
dans
have to
le
be
mot
precise
que nous employons.
how, in the way we are going to use the liturgy.
Lorsque nous parlons de l'inculturation de la liturgie,
When we speak about the inculturation of the liturgy,
il ne s'agit pas nécessairement d'inventer de nouveaux rites.
we don't need to make new rites.
Je ne vous apprends rien, vous êtes des spécialistes en liturgie.
I remind you that you are the specialist of the liturgy.
Lorsqu'on parle des rites dans
Oui.
l'Église catholique,
When we speak about the rite in the Catholic Church,
on parle plus ou moins de 4 ou 5 rites qui remontent à l'époque mémoriale.
we speak about 3 or 4 rites which came with a lot of time to bring out one rite.
C'est d'abord le rite latin,
We have the Latin liturgy, the Latin rite.
qu'on appelle aussi le rite romain.
We also have the Roman liturgy, the Roman rite.
C'est le rite le plus répandu dans l'Église catholique, à plus de 80%.
It is a rite that is used in almost 80% of the whole world.
Mais à l'intérieur de ces rites romains,
But inside this Roman rite,
il y a des particularités que nous connaissons en Europe.
There
Par exemple,
there are particularities even in Europe. For example,
le rite ambroisien,
there is the Ambrosian rite,
qui est utilisé uniquement dans le diocèse de Milan.
only used in the Diocese of Milan.
Nous avons le rite mozarabe.
We have the Mozarabic rite.
Vous trouvez à Tolède,
It's
en
found
Espagne.
only in Toledo in Spain.
Ce sont des particularités, mais l'essentiel, ils sont accrochés au rite romain.
These are particularities, but they always are near the Roman rite.
En dehors de ces grands rites qui dominent dans l'Église catholique, qu'on appelle le rite romain,
Beyond all these rites, we have the Roman rite.
vous avez le rite byzantin,
We have the Byzantine rite,
qui est surtout utilisé dans les églises gréco-catholiques.
generally used in the Greek Catholic churches.
Vous avez aussi des rites qu'on pourrait appeler, qu'on appelle le rite alexandrin,
We also have the Alexandrian rite,
qui est surtout utilisé par nos frères d'Égypte, les
Used-
Coptes,
used mostly in Egypt of the Coptics
et en Éthiopie.
and in Ethiopia.
En dehors de ces grands rites,
Beyond these big rites,
vous trouverez plutôt des rites qui remontent au temps, le premier siècle de l'Église,
you'll find among these rites that they go very far back, almost in the first centuries.
et là ce sont les rites assyriens, rites
We-
assyriaques,
We have the Assyrian rite,
ou les rites maronites, qu'on
or the
trouve
Maronite rite,
et les arméniens.
the Armenian.
Ça reste de petites minorités.
They remain very minor.
Si vous vous appelez Église catholique,
But if you call the Catholic Church,
normalement le rite, c'est le rite romain.
you will talk about the Roman rite.
Nous sommes entrés dans l'Église pratiquement avec la colonisation.
We are in the rite which came especially with the colonization.
Et ceux qui nous ont amené le christianisme, ils nous ont amené le rite romain.
They came and brought the Christianity and came with the Roman rite.
Et le rite célébré en Afrique, c'est le rite romain.
Which the rite that is celebrated in Africa is the Roman rite.
Même au Congo, je suis très heureux que
Even in
les
Congo.
conférenciers en ont parlé.
I'm happy that you spoke about it.
Les évêques du Congo, quand ils ont demandé l'autorisation à Rome,
The
ils
Congolese
avaient
bishops,
demandé pour
when-
un rite zaïrois.
When they asked, they asked for the Zarian rite.
Mais Rome, dans sa réponse, a accordé au Congo le rite romain pour les diocèses du Congo. C'est le titre officiel.
And when Rome approved, they gave a new name, the Roman rite in the use of Congolese diocese.
Le mot rite zaïrois
The word Zairian rite
est resté dans le langage courant.
remained in the spoken language.
Même Rome utilise aussi l'expression rite zaïrois.
Even Rome uses the same word, right, Zairian rite.
Mais quand nous disons rite zaïrois, comprenons qu'il s'agit du rite romain pour les diocèses du Zaïre.
But when you speak about the Zairian rite, you are speaking about the Roman rite in the use of Zairian diocese.
Pour les sujets qui nous intéressent ici, l'inculturation,
The subject which interests us here, the inculturation,
il s'agit d'inculturer les rites romains.
we have to inculcate the Roman rite in our
Il ne
church.
s'agit pas d'inventer un nouveau rite.
We don't have to invent a new rite.
La manière de célébrer le rite romain, ça peut varier.
The way we celebrate the Roman rite may have changes or differences.
Moi, j'arrive de l'Indonésie.
I'm
La
coming from
semaine
Indonesia.
passée, j'ai assisté à l'Assemblée continentale de l'Église d'Asie.
And I was in the intercontinental church meeting of Asia.
Mais la façon de célébrer le même rite romain, ça change.
But the way they are celebrating the Roman rite was just different, changes.
C'était tellement beau parce que vous reconnaissez le peuple asiatique dans la célébration.
It was very good because we would see the Asiatic people in the celebrations.
Mais c'est le même rite romain.
But it's the same Roman rite.
Voilà, c'est le travail que nous avons à faire en Afrique.
This is the work that we are prepared to do now.
Célébrer le même rite romain
To celebrate the Roman rite
avec nos sensibilités culturelles africaines.
with the sensible cultural sensibility of Africans.
Donc,
Therefore,
soyons très prudents lorsque nous parlons de rite.
remain very prudent.
Il n'aura jamais un rite tanzanien, ougandais, ivoirien, sénégalais, ça n'existera pas.
When you are talking about rites, you will never find the Tanzanian rite or Ugandan rite or a Ivorian rite.
Parce que le rite congolais n'existe pas.
Even the Congolese rite does not exist.
Merci.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup. Son Eminence, hapa napata somo hapa la Kifaransa na mimi nishaanza kuwa mtaalamu, nitaanza kuflow. Basi tumpigie makofi ya kutosha mwadhama kardinali. Basi muda wetu hauturuhusu kuendelea. Our time does not allow us to continue. I'll just give some announcement before we conclude. The afternoon program, we shall start from 15 hours to 16 hours to be discussion, if you can see our timetable. Then we have 5 groups a group from West Africa, from East Africa, Central Africa, South Africa, and Tanzania. So we shall be in different halls. West Africa will be in the hall of Father Wana, just behind the reception. Then East Africa will be in the hall of Father Atman. It is over the reception. You just ask there, Father Atman, they will show you. Then Central Africa, there will be in White House number 2. The White House is behind our hostel. There is a really White House, so behind there is the first room, the second room, so the second room. Then all from Southern Africa, there are only 2. Okay.
There are 3.
So you are free to choose, because if you want to come to Tanzania, the citizenship is free, no problem. If you want to go somewhere, okay. So that is, then we have the Tanzanians. You shall remain here because of your number. Then our bishops, the bishops and the abate, and because they are few, we had all who have titles of Monsignor to join the bishops in the hall of Mupapi. It's just at the our hostel down, they have written Mupapi. So the bishops and the Monsignor. So the meeting time is, the discussion time is from 15 to 16 hours. Then at 16, we meet here for tea break. After tea break, we come to the result of discussion. So you have group discussion, and you have to choose a moderator and a secretary, each group. Then when we come back, we shall receive the result from the secretary. So each group, make sure that you meet at those times. So here, together, we shall meet at 16 hours for tea break.
Then just the theme that will be discussed in those groups is according to the theme of inculturation. Today we are dealing with the understanding. Tomorrow with the groups we will be dealing with sacred music. After tomorrow with the architecture. But today we have to deal with that theme, how we understand it in our specific areas which have been nominated there. West, East, Central, Southern. That is the work we have to do today. How we understand it, how we live it, and maybe also which problematic we found there in understanding and practicing inculturation liturgy.
About the missionaries, make sure that you go to the group where you are now. If you are in Tanzania, you are a Tanzanian. If you are in Kenya, even if you are a missionary, yeah, you are from Tanzania, but you go to Kenya as far as you are working there. Otherwise, it is the time for prayer. Then after prayer, we have our lunch. I will ask to mix for be with you Tanzania, so that you may go together in the prayer. If you are all from Congo, you cannot follow exactly the Swahili, so it's good that we are helped by those who are used to the Swahili. It's not a Swahili rite, it's still a Roman rite, but the liturgy of hours. Thank you very much. All those who have to lead us, please, Father Mwageni, Father Kaombe, I think you are ready. Please lead us.
Yes, we can open our books. Dio. Open your books, please. It's page 839. Let us stand up for the prayer.
Mungu uje kutusaidia. Atukuzwe Baba na Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Njoo Roho Mtakatifu, ndani yetu sisi uishi, pamoja nawe waja pia, Mungu Baba na Mungu Mwana. Imara katika upendo na vile roho na ulimi yako sifa kuitangaza kila mahali duniani, na ule upendo jalie ulio mwetu mioyoni, mioyo mengine iwashwe kutokana na mwako mwake. Amina. Wenye heri wanaolisikia neno la Mungu na kulishika. Unifadhili upendo wako mkuu, e Mungu, atukuzwe Baba na Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Wenye heri wanaosikia neno la Mungu na kulishika. Chakula changu nilimngojea Mungu kwa uvumilivu, akanielekea na kunisikiliza kilio changu. kupitia yote. Mtukuze Baba na Mwana kama mwanzo na sasa na siku zote. Chakula changu ni kutekeleza matakwa ya Baba yangu. Ingawa mimi ni fukara na mtu wa huzuni, Bwana atanitunza. Mbele ya jumuiya kubwa ya watu nimesimulia habari njema ya ukombozi. Mungu nisikatae. Maafa yasiyohesabika yanizunguka, maovu yangu yanikaba hata siwezi kuona. Mungu upende kuniokoa. Mungu uje sasa kunisaidia. Wale wapendao wokovu utokao kwako waseme daima, mkuu ni Mungu. Wewe ni mwokozi wangu na msaada wangu, uje Mungu wangu usikawie. Ingawa mimi ni fukara, Bwana nami nitafanya agano la milele pamoja nao, kwamba sitageuka wala kuwaacha, ili niwatendee mema. Nami nitatia kicho changu mioyoni mwao, ili wasiniache. Mungu ni nguvu na wokovu wangu.
Mungu Bwana na mkuu wa ulimwengu wote, unayetupangia kazi na kutupatia mastahili ya kazi zetu, tunakuomba utusaidie tuweze kuvumilia taabu zote za leo na kutekeleza kwa furaha matakwa yako katika yote, kwa njia ya Kristo Bwana wetu. Tumtukuze Bwana, tumshukuru Mungu.
Malaika wa Bwana alimpasha habari Maria. Salamu Maria, umejaa neema, Bwana nawe, umebarikiwa kuliko wanawake wote, na Yesu mzao wa tumbo lako amebarikiwa. Ndimi mtumishi wa Bwana. Salamu Maria, umejaa neema, Bwana yu nawe, umebarikiwa kuliko wanawake wote, na Yesu mzao wa tumbo lako amebarikiwa. Neno wa Mungu akatwaa mwili. Salamu Maria, umejaa neema, Bwana yu nawe, umebarikiwa kuliko wanawake wote, na Yesu mzao wa tumbo lako amebarikiwa. Utuombee mzazi mtakatifu wa Mungu. Tuombe. Tunakuomba Bwana, utie neema yako mioyoni mwetu, ili sisi tuliojua kwa maelezo ya malaika kwamba mwanao amejifanya mtu kwa mateso na msalaba wake, utufikishe kwenye utukufu wa Kristo. Atukuzwe Baba na Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Atukuzwe Baba na Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Atukuzwe Baba na Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Raha ya milele uwape Bwana. Ndugu zetu marehemu wapumzike kwa amani. Kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu.
Our lunch is here, just here. Then can you, Your Excellency, bless?
Nel nome del Padre, del Figlio e dello Spirito Santo. Amen. Ti ringraziamo, Signore, per questo momento che ci hai dato per imparare, ma anche discutere quello che ci vuoi fare. Adesso ti chiediamo benedire questo cibo che stiamo per prendere. Tu che vivi e regni nei secoli dei secoli. Amen. In nome del Padre, Figlio e dello Spirito Santo. Amen. Buon appetito.
Grazie mille, siete tutti invitati per la cena. Ah, non è pranzo, mamma mia, è già la sera, mamma mia. Karibuni kwa chakula cha mchana wote. Tukumbuke basi baada ya mapumziko saa 9 kwenda kwenye makundi yetu. Father Gaspar, unaomba kuleta sample ya vitabu